Hello, everybody, and welcome. Thank you guys for joining and tuning in. We got a couple of tornado warnings. Sorry, I've been kind of gone the last couple of days. I've been dealing with a lot of working lately, so haven't really been able to get on as much, but I am here now. So, been really busy with my job, so that's why I haven't been on as much. But thank you guys for tuning in. We're kind of dealing with a little bit of an emergency situation with multiple tornado warnings. Hey, Mia, how's it going? Thank you so much for tuning in. Just bear with me, guys. But yeah, so we're dealing with a little bit of an emergency situation. We've got a couple of tornado warnings going on right now in North Dakota. One of these is going towards the town of Cheyenne. These look to be moving almost northeast or east. So if we take a look at our threat here, it's kind of moving very slowly off to the east. Maybe even a little northeast. So this is right along coming over Highway 281 right now in North Dakota. We also got this tornado warning going on. We'll take a look here at our areas of convection. We got a TVS signature, so we have a reported tornado on the ground. Brief tornado, 9 miles southwest of Milford. Lasted 3 minutes, moved north to the northeast. That is a confirmed tornado today that touched down just a little bit ago. And that was as if 3:42, so about 20 minutes ago. So one confirmed tornado already had hit the ground. That was near Milford. So it's going to be kind of hard to see where these tornadoes are. They are very rain wrapped as well. People are going to probably capture them looking northward here if you're along these highways. So there's that. But yeah, so right now we do have a couple of tornado warnings ongoing. This is for Wells County in North Dakota and Brenton and Eddy County in North Dakota currently going on right now. We got those two warnings. So, thank you guys for staying tuned so far. We're going to continue to watch this live coverage of these storms as they are happening. Let me take a look at our correlation coefficients. And could be some dust getting kicked up around here. So definitely something to watch. There's just a couple areas of circulation ongoing here. We got different areas of wind, so I think most of this circulation is pushing off to the northeast here. Very fast storms, or very sporadic storms, I should say. And these are moving at 15 miles an hour, so they're not fast moving storms at all. These are actually pretty slow moving, but the rotation is rapidly changing from frame to frame. So it's kind of hard to tell where these storms are going to hit or where they're moving to. But we did have one confirmed tornado on the ground. So thank you guys for tuning in so far to the live stream. I do appreciate it. Hopefully everybody's having a great day so far. And these are probably going to be brief spin-ups as some of these storms are forming on because of this outflow boundary. we do have a little bit of a couplet of rotation in and around the Cheyenne area, and that's Cheyenne with a S, and this is in North Dakota. So we'll continue to watch these. We also got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings for North and South Dakota. Got even some now in Minnesota on and off today. So we got Kitson in Minnesota, Cavalier, Nelson, Pembina, Ramsey, and Walsh County in North Dakota, Dickinson County in Michigan. So we have some storms in Michigan and Minnesota. But the storms in Minnesota and the Dakotas are going to be our primary threat today. Also, Millette. Yeah, people. They're. Oh, thank you, Robert Clark. I appreciate that information. So we have a rain wrap tornado, and you said that was in Fessenden. Fessenden. Okay, so that's where the storm is right here. So rain wrap tornado in Fessenden. So that tornado would probably be located right here. This is going to move right either to the north of town or hit the town directly. Rain wrap tornado. So definitely seek shelter if you're in that area. Thank you, Robert. I do appreciate that update. Wish I was there on the ground. I was forecasting this morning, and I kind of verified it with some other meteorologists, and my target zone was right on point. I think the worst of it is going to be as it moves to the north of Fargo, probably around 6 o'clock, maybe 6 to 8 o'clock at night. I think it's going to be more of a threat. It all depends on the wind shear, though, the later in the next couple hours. But right now we're already seeing tornadoes as a result of some of these outflow boundaries from earlier. So looks like they put a new mesoscale. Let's see what they're saying. So damaging winds could result in increase in likelihood over the next couple of hours. Storms will also have a greater eastward push. Wind gusts may exceed 70 miles an hour, large hail, and a brief tornado or two with new updrafts along the boundary. So, just to give you guys an idea, some of these severe thunderstorm warnings are absolutely extensive. Also going into parts of Canada. I'm guessing that's Manitoba into south of Winnipeg. So you can kind of see how strong this wave is here. And starting to get a pretty interesting little couplet here as this moves off to the northeast. We got another broad rotation here, another broad rotation there. So very interesting setup, to say the least. We also have this potential setup here that we're continuing to watch around Fessenden. Looks like they just issued a flash flood warning also for this area for the extensive rainfall. Between 2 and 3.5 inches of rain have already fallen, with another 2 to 4 inches possible. That's almost a half a foot of rainfall in a very short amount of time. That can lead to some serious. To put it in perspective, 6 inches of moving water can lift a vehicle. So, very, very dangerous situation. Got multiple warnings ongoing right now, guys. So this is going to be for areas near Fessenden, Manfred, also Cheyenne, Divide. This is going to be pushing probably towards Wardrick and Tokyo. This one is starting to kind of lose its organization, minus maybe some of these areas here with a little bit broader rotation couplets. Can really start to see where this outflow here is jetting away from the storm. This inflow is pouring in around it. Debris and power flashes in Fessenden. Okay. Surprised the National Weather Service hasn't said that. Okay, so I'm trying to get a better look at Fessenden. So weird it's not having a very radar so far away. I have a couple of storm spotters in and around this area, so we have somebody reporting debris and power flashes in Fessenden right now. Very dangerous situation ongoing. Tornado and $half size hail. The storm was located near Fessenden, or 12 miles southeast of Harvey, moving at 15 miles an hour. Dangerous situation going on right here in the town of Fessenden. Looks like a confirmed tornado on the ground by storm spotters. Thank you guys for joining in. We have a couple of storm spotters reporting a tornado on the ground in Fessenden. So definitely keeping my heart and prayers with the people of Fessenden right now. Hopefully it's not doing too much damage, but I'm trying to get these warnings out to as many people as I can. Scary situation. This is a confirmed tornado near Fessenden right now. Multiple storm spotters on that storm right now. We also got this area here that's still tornado warned. You can definitely see this inflow here and these winds wrapping around. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning up here. Got that couplet right there. That's going to be just to the southeast of Cheyenne, so we'll have to continue to watch that. Looks like we got another area of rotation up here forming. That could go tornado warned here pretty soon. Got kind of a train of tornado warnings going on right now. along this line. Yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in so far. We're continuing to watch our severe weather threat. I got multiple tornado warnings ongoing right now. This is all in North Dakota right now. We have our tornado warnings in Wells, Benson, and Eddy County in North Dakota. If you're in these areas, you need to seek shelter immediately. It looks like we got a tornado on the ground from somebody in my chat, Robert Clark, who is a trained spotter, and I believe he's in the area, saying that there is a tornado near Fessenden right now. Thank you guys for joining so far. I hope you guys are having a good evening. If you're new here, please consider liking and subscribe to the channel. And that way we can help keep growing this community, both storm chasers and people who want to be weather aware. If anybody's curious of what app I'm using right now, this is Radar Omega. Got a couple of warnings ongoing right now, guys. Got warnings in North Dakota, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in South Dakota. We also have in Minnesota as well. We even have severe thunderstorm warnings in Florida and Georgia at the moment. And we have one in Arizona due to the monsoonal moisture. So we got this area that's currently has some rotation, this area that currently has a little bit of rotation. Not super strong areas right now, but we are monitoring these spots. So we got those three areas and this area with some broad level rotation. We do have this possible tornado now going to the south of the town of Fessenden. We'll have to wait to see. We had confirmed reports of debris and power flashes going on in town. Dangerous situation ongoing, guys. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Fessenden. I haven't heard that yet from the National Weather Service report, but this is coming from storm spotters. Like I said, sorry guys, I haven't been on in a couple days, been really busy with work. I haven't even gotten really a chance to storm chase myself. It was Kansas yesterday and North Dakota today. Yeah, there was 3 tornadoes that touched down in Kansas yesterday to the west of Salina, up in Ellsworth County area, which is pretty wild. I was following that storm on my break from work yesterday pretty hard. I wish I had a chance to go live yesterday. It just wasn't in the cards. So I was on one of them that was on. Oh wow, Taylor is awesome. Hope nobody was injured though. It looked like a pretty photogenic, quick tornado too. Pretty low precipitation. Rotation has come down. Okay. Got another area of rotation here, possibly over to the southwest of Fessenden right now, so we'll have to continue to watch that as that comes. Also monitoring our tornado warning up here in Cheyenne, where I'm not seeing much at the moment. We got a broad area of rotation to the south of uh, Tokyo, and another broad area of rotation over by Warwick, but that one's not tornado warned at the moment. So we're going to have to continue to watch this storm here as that gets closer to Fessenden again. So it was an HP supercell. Yeah, it started out from what I saw on video. It looked like it started out as a more low precipitation, and then kind of switched modes through its process. My guess it was probably killed by the outflow from its from that storm. Kind of monitoring too to see if we get some severe weather move into the south central Texas area on Monday and Tuesday, because it looks like we're gonna have thunderstorms and look like there was chances for some decent CAPE in the area, 1,000 plus joules per kilogram. So I'll have to definitely keep watching that. Thank you guys for tuning in so far. I do appreciate your guys' help and helping me to get those reports from the ground. The tornadoes were eventually rain wrapped. Yeah, I did see that. Any reports on injuries or anything like that that happened yesterday in Kansas? Because I saw that it hit maybe a barn or something out in west of Ellsworth County. But that was the only report that I really saw of any damage being done. My prayers are with those people if there was damage. Hopefully they are able to get stuff repaired pretty quickly. Got a couple of embedded supercells along this line here. These are going to be some HP supercells along these lines. Okay, not any reports on injuries. That's good. Glad to hear that. Okay, so they dropped both of the tornado warnings at this time. So we'll have to watch here. This is my area of concern when it gets into some more of this unstable atmosphere here. I'm kind of wondering if we get some more tornado warnings around Hillsboro, north of Fargo. I'd say maybe even Harwood. this is looked like earlier on the forecast models. This area had pretty strong area of some low-level shear that could be potential later this afternoon. So I'll have to continue to watch this area for some possible tornado development. Hillsborough over towards Kesselton. And this would be sometime around 6 or 7 o'clock when these storms push over into this area. Unless this mainly stays as a line of thunderstorms, but we're starting to get a couple little pop-ups here starting to form, so it's kind of making me wonder if that might occur. I've got the pictures. I can send it to your Twitter. Oh, hey, thank you. I really appreciate that, Tilius. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I could even share those on here. When will the storm be close to the Twin Cities? Twin Cities, are you talking about Minneapolis? Is that Minneapolis, St. Paul? We can take a look, see. Yeah, both cells are still showing couplets, yes. So, looks like there's a new wildfire here in Texas called the Dempsey Fire. It's in Pinto County. 3,000 acres have burned already. Take a look here at our composite reflectivity here, and I can take a look to see in and around the St. Paul area when you guys could expect storms. North parts of the city could be early in the morning. I think the strongest line will be coming in probably by the time people are waking up here, 7, 8 a.m. is probably when these storms are going to be in your area. Minneapolis, sorry, my apologies. Man, I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Just to think. Minneapolis. Never been there, heard it's a pretty place. Watching this couplet here, there's a little bit of a couplet there, but I'm not seeing too much right now. To continue to watch this here over near Devil's Lake. Looks like we got a strong area of rotation possible. This would be just to the southwest of Bartlett near Stump Lake. I have to watch that for a possible tornado warning. No one's perfect. Yep. Minneapolis. Yep. So we got a couple of Ryan Hall's guys, Vince and Brandon over here chasing on Radar Omega with the Cyclone port. So they got their video footage up and running. We also got some decent size hail, maybe some ping pong ball size hail potential around just to the south of Cary or Prairie. Showing some indicators of 2.5-inch hail. A lot of lightning going on in these storms, especially in and around that hail core. I'm definitely getting a little bit of a hook here as well. We'll have to continue to watch that as that wraps around. But this is a decently strong couplet here, and we're going to have to continue to watch. We also got this area of rotation here as well. I'm really thinking that this area here is going to have the greatest tornado potential. Maybe even I'll include the River Falls. I think this area is going to have the greatest low-level shear, according to models that I had earlier. But we'll have to wait and see. It's about the strongest couplet I see of rotation right here. So I'll have to continue to watch this. Lost my radar feed. Where is the best storm? I'm northeast of Fessenden. Let's take a look. Okay, so you're northeast. You're over towards Hamburg, or are you over towards Bremen? I'd probably say that you want to go over towards Warwick area. I think this is going to be the more dominant storm. That's got some pretty intense velocity here, so I'll have to continue to watch this. This is going to be near Tolna. Looks like these storms are going to be pushing off towards Stump Lake in Highway 1. That would be my best guess. Fortunately, I'm having issues with the radar because it is far away. them, so I'm not getting the full image right now of the one near you. Yeah, I would definitely say that you would probably want to blast to the northeast. This storm right here, coming into Stump Lake, it looks like it has a pretty strong mid-level rotation. Hey, no problem, Robert Clark. We also got this area here near Bartlett. Hey, no, your guys are the best. You guys are helping me get what I need to see. I can't see what's on the ground necessarily, so kind of makes it tough for me. So you guys are giving me reports. These are the strongest areas here. Thank you, new subscribers. I do appreciate it. Awesome. Blasting in the northeast. Those are going to be the stronger areas over towards Tolna. I'm guessing that's probably, what, an hour, 15 minutes from you? That's going to be moving off to the north and east. That's going to be heading up towards Bartlett. Probably east of Bartlett. Actually, yeah, I'm wondering if this is going to potentially go tornado warning. This is looking like a pretty strong storm. Yeah, this is almost more pushing towards Tolna. It's almost taking a southeast turn. Now that I'm looking at it on radar. Yep, tornado warning. Pics should be on Twitter. I knew it was about time. We got a new tornado warning for Benson, Nelson, and Eddy County. Hey, next time I'm down your way, I'll buy you a drink. Hey, you know what? Maybe we'll go a couple rounds. This sounds like a good idea. Southeastern Benson County, Nelson County, and Eddy County. The storm was near Spirit Lake Nation, 23 miles southeast of Devil's Lake, moving east at 30 miles an hour. I almost think it's taking a more southeast turn with the area of rotation. It's looked like it had a pretty decent couplet, so I'm wondering if this is a possible debris signature here. That's kind of tracking more to the east southeast towards Tolman. Picture should be on my Twitter. Hey Mark, thank you so much for sending that tweet out. We really do appreciate it. Wow, great shots yesterday. Yeah, it's definitely rain wrapped. The first one's actually pretty clear to see. Definitely won't have a problem catching up to these storms. Well, just be safe. That's the main concern. We're going to continue to watch this threat here. We got very strong outflow mixing in here. This is a very tight rotation. I'm wondering if this is a possible tornado on the ground. Hey, GP Music, we are monitoring a tornado threat right now here in North Dakota. I live here in Texas, so just trying to help out where I can. Had some time where I could get off of work due to the crazy traffic situation. I work for myself, so thought to get on here on the Twitter side of things. We got a new subscriber. We have Sparkles. Thank you, Sparkles, for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate it. This one's almost making a southeast turn towards Tolma, so please seek shelter if you're in this area. This is going to be making its way towards Perkin, Highway 1 here. It's going to kind of follow parallel to almost parallel to I-15 or Highway 15 towards Mickville. So right now I'm looking at the velocity structure. So this is the direction of the winds. We're monitoring an active tornado threat here in North Dakota. So very strong supercell thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado. Not a whole lot of rain in and around that circulation. So could get a good pit could get a good opportunity to see this thing if it does come to the ground. Hey, JP Music, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel as well. So basically looking at all of our different uh, ways of scanning this storm. So this is going to show me if there's any possible debris being lofted into the air, which I'm not seeing right now. I did see a little bit earlier. Could have been a brief touchdown. This is showing me in which direction the winds are going. So we got winds wrapping around the storm right now. And that's where you're seeing these reds touching this greenish blue. So you have some rotation going on. Can you talk to me? Always. What do you want to talk about? Okay, JP or GP Music. We actually have a couple areas of rotation here, including this one near and over Stump Lake right now. So we're continuing to watch both of these threats. Okay, I'll keep you updated. These storms are still making its way slowly over to the town of Tolna. That's where these storms might make impact on. Perkins and Tolna is where this storm is heading right now. Thank you so much for everybody who's watching right now. I do appreciate your guys' support. Got 16 people in here, so thank you. Looks like a couple of people dipped south of these storms at the moment. I'm going to continue to monitor what's on the ground as well from kind of what they're seeing. Due to copyright reasons, I can't really show these other storm chasers because they got their feeds up on their YouTube channel, and I don't want to take that away from them. So, kind of give me an idea of what they are seeing. Might have some issues being able to see their feeds right now due to poor connectivity. I've got Brandon's up on my phone right now. Yeah, might have a tornado for sure. Might have more than one too. There's another one over here in Swamp Lake that's hitting probably that previous outflow boundary. It's causing this to spin pretty rapidly as well. Wish I was able to see more of what's on the ground. You got Brandon's feet up, so very nasty storm right now. Does look like a possible rotating wall cloud with that storm. The Tolna one is starting to kind of dissipate with its structure, but we still got this very strong rotation that is trying to jet south now. So we're going to have to watch these two couplets here for possible development. These look like if they are going to form a tornado, they're going to be very brief. But we are still monitoring these storms in and around Swamp Lake. Or Stump Lake, sorry. Which it might be clickbait, but I have the video tutorial. Oh, you do? What's the CC? We'll take a look at the correlation coefficient here. I am seeing this voided area still here. I'm still wondering if there's a possible tornado, but I'm not getting any reports. This is hazard radar indicated tornado. So I don't have a clear report. I do see on Brandon's stream what looks like a rotating wall cloud, but that is about it. Oh yeah, that storm is super nasty looking too. Yeah, that's definitely a wall cloud on their feed right now. So, and they're both in this area monitoring this. Really green skies, a lot of hail potential in these areas. Getting multiple areas of rotation. So, I'm thinking it's doing a couple of cycles here. Is it going to hit Minnesota? I definitely think it could later this evening, probably around Grand Forks area. We're going to have to continue to watch those spots. Still got this active tornado warning. We got a couple areas here of some rotation going on. This is going towards Pectin. We also have this area of rotation, this one as well. So I think there are going to be some brief tornadoes, maybe more like a QCLS tornado threat. Not seeing what looks like. I mean, this looks like it has a little bit of a void, but that could also be inflow wrapping around the storm, and that's kind of what it's looking like right now. So we'll have to continue to watch. I'm watching their feed right now. I'm not seeing any tornadoes on the ground, but I do see a rotating wall cloud involved with their storm. I don't think there's any debris field right now. I'm watching their stream at the same time. Check Cheyenne. We were just over in Cheyenne. They looked like they had a tornado warning earlier. Now it has passed, but we got to continue to monitor these storms here. This is Cheyenne. Seeing a little bit of a weak rotation near Kathy, and this is going to be pushing over towards New Rockford. Right now, I think Cheyenne is in the clear at the moment, probably getting some very, very heavy rain. We're about to get some very, very heavy rain, pushing up towards that area. So we're still continuing to monitor this ongoing situation here. Thank you guys for joining me. I do hope there's no tornado either. Hey, what's up, Kai? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the 17 people watching right now. I'm trying to pay attention to our current conditions right now near Tolna. This is going to be this area of rotation. Our strongest couplets, there's one here over Swamp Lake, or Stump Lake. I keep saying Swamp Lake. And there's another one making its way over towards Tolna. So we're continuing to watch these two threats here for possible tornado development. Still a tornado warning storm, something we're still actively watching. Looks like some storm chasers are trying to reposition themselves east on 15 right now. Try to get out of the way of this storm. It's not a very organized area of rotation at the moment, but definitely something we're continuing to monitor. Thank you everybody who's joined up so far. I do appreciate it. Looks like, yeah, we definitely have what looks like a very deep lowering in this cloud right here. That even looks like a possible funnel cloud. But I don't know if that's just a glitch in his live stream or I'm seeing what I'm seeing. There is definitely a dry slot in there. Okay, so that isn't a funnel cloud, but there is a rotating wall cloud with a tail cloud. So you have a little bit of an inflow jet in this storm. Actually, a very strong inflow jet into this storm, which we are seeing. So you're seeing this deep inflow jet pumping into the storm. Meanwhile, these are wrapping around here, so definitely could see some rotation. That is like scraping the ground. It's so crazy looking. So right now there's no funnel cloud. It was a issue with something on the glass of his windshield, but on his stream right now I'm watching Vince, and it does look like that there is a tail cloud that's pumping inflow into the storm. It's very low riding. Definitely looks like it could be undergoing tornado genesis. So we're definitely keeping mind of these storms right now. Oh, it's all good. Ooh, that looks like a little bit of a... So that's got to be hail and precipitation. Right? Continuing to watch this right now. We're still have this couplet here near Pekin. Right now, their current dew point in that area is 62.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Can I get a radar update? So, best area of circulation right now is over Pekin. This is going to be our latest rotation structure. This is going to continue to push off down 15 towards Mickville. Got a couple areas of rotation here. It's just a broad area of circulation right now. It's nothing as far as tornadoes at the moment. We're going to have to continue to watch this. Right now, that is our only tornado warning. Yeah, we have a rotating wall cloud, and that's going to be located near Pekin. Popeye! So, Kai, I'll do that here in a little bit once this tornado warning ends. So this is the storm that they're looking at right now. So this is going to be north and west of Pekin over towards Stump Lake. Tornado in the ground. Yeah, they're right near Stump Lake right now. We got multiple people covering this storm right now. This area of rotation is continuing to push off over towards the northeast. So we're continuing to watch this. Huh? What was that intro?
He had a panic attack and he had something wrong with his pancreas. He had to go to the hospital for his coincide.
Gotcha.
And in the middle of the ambulance, he had a panic attack. You had to give him morphine. Poor guy. He was crying. Oh.
Sucks.
They think it's suspended.
Download the Domino's app today.
He done in the third?
Oh, really?
Something like that?
I've got a single image of the storm. Okay, Talius.
What?
I'm still watching this storm right now. We got that one area broad level rotation. So it looks like we had a gust-nado in that area just a couple of minutes ago. Not a tornado, but it's a ground level circulation, which could mean that it could have developed into more of a tornado, but it was just kicking up dust at the ground with no apparent funnel cloud. So Very heavy rains falling in this area right now. Thank you guys for tuning in, monitoring our ongoing situation here. If you're new to this channel, please consider subscribing to the channel, get updates and notifications of severe weather hitting your area. But yeah, we are watching these storms ongoing right now. This is up towards Stump Lake, north of McVille. We do have a new TVS signature now, so I'm going to take a look here. We do have a tornado that was confirmed at 5:01, so this is 5 minutes ago. Tornado confirmed in Pekin, and this was from a storm chaser. Possible tornado near Pekin. We're going to take a look at that radar signature here, and that's when this was over here. So we do have what looks like a confirmed tornado to hit near Pekin. And that looks like it was reported by Rollo Mars. Observed tornado. So a confirmed tornado was located near Pekin or 33 miles southeast of Devil's Lake. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado, a damaging tornado. So I was sort of spot on with that when I said, that kind of looks like it could be a tornado. But this storm is also a PDS, so this is a destructive storm for Dakota, Maps, and Michigan counties. 80-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball-size hail. So this is going to be doing a very large amount of damage, even without the tornado. So if that tornado's on the ground, it's probably coming towards Macville right now. So this is what they call a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning, accompanied with a tornado warning. Lag? What about lag? My stream's lagging? Looks like my stream's working pretty good right now. Got a couple areas of rotation we're still watching. So, looks like we've had 2 confirmed tornadoes. This storm is right here right now, just to the north and west of Macville. I'll check areas that are not immediately being threatened right now after these tornado warnings end. I promise. Killer Doggo, welcome. Thank you so much. What do you mean, no? What, you're in this area? You're in Macville? Where are you at, Killer Dog? Where are you at, Killer Doggo? Yeah, right now, don't bother about other areas until the main threat of these storms is over. Because we're still monitoring multiple areas for tornado warnings. Looks like we possibly got some anti-cyclonic movement here.
Nope.
There.
Check real quick here. Michigan City. Kind of looking around, seeing Dakotas. Do look like we have a little bit of a rotation right here near. What was that? Skeeston? So Larrington, I would be watchful of this storm as that continues to move on. Devil's Lake right now doesn't look like it's an immediate threat, but we do have this strong area of rotation making its way over towards Mickville. It looks like it might go to the south of town, so we're going to continue to watch this threat. We're going to have some south movers, I think. This is going to move to the southeast. That's going to be our strongest area. The warning is not a PDS warning. No, not a PDS tornado. What I was meaning was it was a particularly dangerous thunderstorm, destructive thunderstorm, and that's actually labeled here. 80 mile an hour and ping pong ball size hail, and it's saying that this is a destructive severe thunderstorm for Dakota maps and Michigan counties. I never said that it was a PDS tornado warning. Okay, GP. There's nothing I can do about lagging issues. I'm trying my best here. So. I see where you're at, but there's not a whole lot I can do. So unfortunately, just gotta have to bear with it. I'm trying to do my best. Stream's still working, still active, still live. So it's kind of all I care about right now. We had a couple of disconnections, some drop frames. I don't know what's going on. We're down to 8% CPU, so I'm not sure what's going on. I could try to make it a little bit better, but I think it's because my apartment right now is so hot because our AC is not working, and I'm in South Texas right now where it's well over 100 degrees. We're okay, so I don't know.
Well, look, I'm on it. It's not lagging.
I've got my roommate watching it, and she said that it's working pretty good right now. Trying to reduce the stuff going on the computer to make sure that it doesn't continue to lag. But right now, the biggest thing is to keep going with the tornado potential right now. And if it lags, it's just going to lag for a brief second.
And what is it called? What?
We can't do it.
I can see.
Right now, the stream's working good on my end, so that's all I care about. But thank you guys for tuning in so far to the live stream. We're continuing to monitor this ongoing tornado threat right now for Mickville. Watching to see if this storm does end up producing a tornado, and it looks like there was a confirmed tornado in the town of Picken. Pinkin. So we're continuing to watch this threat ongoing here. Kai, we're still right now. We're still tornado warned. Please be respectful of the stream. I'm gonna be sticking on the tornado warnings right now. I'm not gonna be focusing on areas that are not tornado warned at the moment. You're in the slight risk this evening, so you have a chance for having some slight chance of having some scattered thunderstorms this evening. Some more possibility of some heavier rain, and but. Guys, please be respectful. Oh, hey, thank you, Killer Doggo. I do appreciate it. Alright, well, I'm continuing to watch these threats here. Right now, it looks like our area of rotation is not as strong coming towards Mickville. We're continuing to watch this area here, too. Along Highway 15, that's going to eventually be pushing towards Mickville, and we just got a new tornado warning, so we're going to see, we have a new, looks like a confirmed tornado is located near Mickville right now. Damaging tornado, weather spotters confirmed tornado. This is going to be Logan Center, Kempton, Northwood, and was it Larimore? So if you're in those areas, please seek shelter immediately. Looks like we have a confirmed tornado over near Mickville. I'm not seeing a very strong structure because we are far away from the radar. Yep, confirmed tornado on the ground. When did you start your YouTube channel? About a month ago for my weather page. I've been on YouTube on and off for the better part of half a decade. I got a couple of different channels for different things, but this is pretty much going to be the channel that I'm mostly on now. No, let's not go EF5, guys. These are going to be on the weaker side of the tornado spectrum. I'm not going to make stuff up because it sounds cool. This was a confirmed tornado near Mickville. Yeah, get to your lowest floor of your house. Go to your most interior room of your house on the lowest floor away from windows. That is going to be your safest spot. If you have a basement, go down there. If not, your most interior closet or bathroom is going to be your best bet. No, not an EF4. These are not those kind of tornadoes. At least not right now. Contrary to belief that EF2 can do a substantial amount of damage as well. Anything over EF2 is a destructive tornado. EF2 and higher. Yeah, I mean, even an EF0 can cause damage. Can rip off shingles. EF1 can cause structural roof damage. break tree limbs, damage cars. When you start getting into that 80, 100-mile-an-hour range, I mean, even the weakest tornado can do an incredible amount of damage if it hits the right spot with the inner vortices. A tornado warning is a tornado warning. They're meant to be there for a reason, whether they're EF0 to EF5. But when you get into the higher range of the EF scale, they'll put a tornado emergency. That's kind of the difference between these storms. So we got a confirmed tornado near Nickville. Siren just got triggered. Your cousin was in a tornado warning in Florida? Yeah, they're nothing to play around with. Been in more tornado warnings than I would choose to like, but that's because I chase these things. Like a month ago. Thank you guys for the 28 likes. Yeah, just be safe, guys. If you hear tornado warnings, that means to take shelter. Just don't be going looking for it, sitting on your porch with a camera. It's not a safe idea. Let the storm spotters and the National Weather Service do their job. So I'm a National Weather Service storm spotter here in Texas for the San Antonio Austin office. So I volunteer my time to helping get warnings out for people and being the eyes on the ground for the National Weather Service. Thank you guys for, in July, you're going to be in Texas. Awesome. Right now, it's very, very hot here in Texas. That's for sure. We got one signature there, and this possible tornado, which is kind of hard to gauge, but this is where that tornado would be that was near Mickville right now. It's kind of hard to see where that tornado is, if it's still on the ground or not, because I don't have a current update at the moment, but this encompasses a lot of counties, so you wish you were at Mexico. Been to Mexico. Mexico's a pretty place. Puerto Vallarta, Baja. We got a couple of areas of rotation here that we're continuing to monitor. Oh, your grandmother moved there? So those are our current tornado warnings that are ongoing here. So we have Benton, Eddy, Nelson, Grand Forks, and Nelson counties. So we're going to continue to watch these here. So these are our two areas of rotation right now that we're watching. Glad to hear, Killer Doggo. Glad to hear that your grandma's safe. Thank you so much for the 15 people still watching. I do appreciate it. Continue to watch our couple threads. San Karen Ka, thank you so much for joining the chat. I do appreciate it. See this possible tornado move its way down here. So it looks like it's going to move south of Logan Center, so it'll be interesting to see if they tornado warn this area here. Hey guys, just bear with me just a second. I'm still here. I'm just monitoring things. Hey, Sparkles, thank you so much for joining the chat, and thank you so much for subscribing here to the channel. I do appreciate it. So, do I have a pet? Yes. We have 4 pets here, 3 cats and 1 dog. Continuing to monitor our tornado threat here. Got a couple areas of broad level rotation right now. We're going to monitor this potential here. We're going to monitor this area here for possible rotation. You have a Chihuahua? Awesome. Still reported to have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This tornado was located near Mickville. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Looks like we've had 2 or 3 brief tornadoes touch ground today. So we're still continuing to watch these threats here. Looks like the taking a look here at Michigan City. So near Mickville, right here. Looks like this is our tornado threat that's going on right now. Looks like we had a rare destructive anti-cyclonic moving tornado that is currently moving here just south of Michigan City. Michigan City's up here. So this is rotating in the opposite direction of what a normal tornado does. But that is possibly a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground at the moment. It doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, but it was just a couple of minutes ago. So yeah, this is now pushing off here to the southwest by the looks of it. This could be coming right to the south of Logan Center. You're in your basement? Good, good. Yeah, it looks like we had a brief touchdown, destructive anti-cyclonic tornado. So, gotta continue to monitor that threat. That storm would be located right here, coming towards Highway 32. Doesn't look like a super populated area that this is over right now, but this is where that tornado was. 4 miles north of Mickville. A brief touchdown was noted in central Hamline Township, located approximately 1 mile northwest. Touchdown lasted less than a minute. We'll go back to our structure here, and that's where the tornado was. So, anti-cyclonic tornado. Not a very common thing to happen. Right now, it doesn't show much on reflectivity, but it was a brief touchdown. Thank you guys for continuing to stay tuned here to the channel. I do appreciate it. Got a pretty serious outflow boundary right here. So this is going to be some strong gusty winds ahead of the storm. Probably about 10 miles from the storm, from Mickville down towards Logan Center. This is probably going to be 40, 50 mile an hour winds ahead of this storm that could be pushing a lot of dust on the forefront of the shelf cloud that's probably very prominent right here. Very large supercell thunderstorm. This one here, where I'm going to continue to monitor as well. That one's got what looks like a decent hook to it. Not showing a whole lot on the velocity radar at the moment. Oh, you got to turn off your phone? Okay. Have a great rest of your day, buddy. Hey, what's up, Wilson Dog? Thank you for joining. So we got that supercell there. We got another couple of storms down here forming. We got this current tornado warning storm that we're continuing to watch. Looks like it's becoming more outflow driven now. A lot of these winds pushing out of the storm. I don't see much inflow. This is turning into a really big damaging wind threat. Probably 60, 70 mile per hour winds embedded in some of this. Could be a very destructive line coming towards Logan Center, Larimore, Northwood. Probably very, very nasty winds. Not seeing much as much of a tornado threat anymore. We got this new area here, and we're going to continue to monitor. Storms are kind of firing and then rotating briefly. So we're going to continue to watch these threads. Take a look at our whole overview map right now. Looking at our temperatures outside of the storm, 80 degrees, dew points in the 80s. That is going to lead, and that is why I'm saying I think our greatest tornado potential today is going to be in this area. In and around, maybe north of Fargo, maybe including Fargo. Here in the next couple hours, I think this is going to be our greatest threat right here for tornadoes due to sheer, incredibly high dew points and some insane convective available potential energy. Our Cape values are very high. This is a Cape blob that's sitting over this area. This could lead to some very, very destructive thunderstorms. I can kind of see the future models of kind of give me an idea here. These storms. Take a look at our convective available potential energy here. So our strongest Cape values right now are going to be south of this storm. So these are going to be blowing up right here over these over the north part of this storm. That's where these severe storms are really firing hard off on right now. So we're looking here close to 5,000 or over 5,000 joules per kilogram of energy potential. We're seeing some very ridiculously high dew points in these areas. I think our greatest tornado threat is going to be Fargo and north of Fargo, possibly into East Glen, Forks, Thompson. I think that's an area that could see some very, very destructive thunderstorms this evening. Just some ridiculously high Cape values. Our low-level Cape, I can continue to take a look at here. Shear. Our shear is kind of more on the absent level. We don't have as high of low-level shear. Right now, where we have the greatest high-level shear is going to be right where this tornado warning is.
Okay, so we have the changes. Fix it?
So kind of give you an idea, these storms are going to probably train right in through this area here. That's going to lead up to some destructive storms that pop into this area over the next couple hours. I definitely think we could get a couple of more tornado warnings here in this area over the next couple hours. In fact, we actually have a new tornado warning now, right in that zone. So I'm gonna take a look here. This is a brand new tornado warning, guys.
It's Queen Rainbow.
Brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for around the Grand Forks area. Looks like we have a confirmed tornado still on the ground. Confirmed tornado is located over Lemoore, or 26 miles west of Grand Forks. So we have a confirmed tornado just to the north of Lemoore right now. We're going to take a look here. Spotters confirmed a tornado occurring south of Highway 2 and west of Highway 18. Just to get kind of an idea of where that storm might be. It's good if that tornado would be located over Arvilla right now. So we're going to continue to watch this as it's moving almost a little bit to the southwest. If you're in El Muerto, you need to get underground right now. El Muerto, Grand Forks International Airport, Powell. If you're in any of these areas, you need to be seeking shelter. Thank you guys for sticking with me. We have 7 people still watching the stream. I do appreciate it. That would be a confirmed tornado. So this is tornado number 4 that's popped off of this line. A little bit of a tornado outbreak going on right now, guys. Some very strong cape in these areas. Some of these ML cape values are well over 4 to 5. Even saw some predictions over 5,500 joules per kilogram. This is just fuel to the fire for this evening's severe weather. So JP or GP, sorry. We're continuing to watch this tornado threat, another confirmed tornado near Larimore. Trained weather spotters are actively looking into these storms right now. Some very severe, damaging wind gusts here north of Logan Center. This is what Reed Timmer calls a windbag event. It's severe, damaging straight line winds. Could be in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour, maybe even higher in some isolated spots. Seeing some of these returns at 114 miles an hour. Guaranteed probably at least 80 to 90 of that is making it to the ground. So very dangerous situation as that pushes off towards Northwood. It's going to continue to go on for quite some time. I think this is going to be more like a QCLS tornado threat. This for the for these areas here. It's going to be some very brief spin-ups. We got some of these stronger storms that could still produce tornadoes here, and we're getting that quite the outflow boundary available with this storm. So there's going to be some damaging wind gusts in and around this section that is going to be pushing these areas here, this outflow boundary. So if you get some storms that fire off in the next couple hours here to the south, let's say if these blew up into a supercell and they track northeast, that these would have the potential of having what's called a mesoscale accident, where they would basically be enhanced for tornadoes. But right now, I'm not really seeing that, but there is that potential. Some very unstable atmosphere here. Still continuing to watch this threat. Got a couple of embedded lines here with some rotation. Gonna have to continue to watch. Not sure what this is. It's like a void in the actual structure. It could be some inflow shooting into the storm. So we'll have to continue to watch that here. Yeah, there's not really anything in that area, but that tornado is located there. So we got these winds wrapping in, and these winds coming down. So you get some rotation that involves some of these storms. Thank you guys for continuing to stay live with me here on the channel. I do appreciate it. Make sure to share this out, guys. If you're new here, make sure to like, subscribe. Try to get these warnings out to these people. Yeah, there's been 2 or 3 tornadoes, or three. I think 3 tornadoes. Pickin, Mickville, and then the one over near. We've got that one that's located north of Mickville. So a couple of different tornadoes that have happened today. We still have this threat ongoing. Trying to see where our radar station is based out of. Maryville. So this isn't all that far away from this radar station. That tornado was located over Larimore. That would now have probably pushed off. I'm guessing this is probably still that storm right there. No. Possibly on the, it's probably on the edge of these, Probably getting some tornadoes on the edges of the shelf cloud, which are more of a QCLS tornado threat. The one tornado is visible now.
Yeah, right now it's on city.
Still watching our threats here. See if there's one area of rotation here, and there's another area of broad rotation here. I know there was a gust NATO that hit another town because I was watching it live as it was on the ground.
What's the message?
Huh?
Yeah, overturn it.
Yeah. Looks like we've got a lot of dust being pushed out of these storms. It looks like possibly a haboob situation going on. Basically meaning that there is area of dust that is getting kicked out in the forefront of this storm. So what you're seeing here is probably a giant dust cloud going on ahead of the outflow boundary, and I'm actually seeing it visually. So there is a dust storm, or what's called a haboob, out in front of this storm. So that's going to be coming into areas like Grand Forks, Northwood right now. A lot of dry, dusty ground for this very strong outflow-driven wind to kick up. Also got information. The city of Northwoods, North Dakota, got hit by an EF4 tornado back in 2007. Very, very sad situation. It's kind of just looking at this area's past tornadoes. That was the same year. 2007 was also the same year as the Greenfield, Kansas tornado that destroyed 95% of that town. I've been to Greenfield a couple of times. It's always a sobering moment to be in that town. Notice just to really sit there and realize that the tornado was wider than the town itself. Right now, there's not a tornado on the ground at the moment. Still continuing to watch this, but it very green skies. We're kind of waiting for another update here. These are going to be weaker tornadoes embedded in these lines. They're not going to be high on the EF scale. But some very destructive winds, straight line wind damage coming into Logan Center right now. Right now, there's not a confirmed tornado that's picking up houses. I can tell you that right now. Because I'm watching multiple storm chasers feeds all at the same time. Please don't be spreading misinformation on my streams. That is a fast way to get kicked off of my lives. because this is actually helping warn people of potential danger, not trying to spread misinformation and scare people. Well, it's not helping by shouting that there's houses being picked up off the ground. I'm not even going to entertain that for 5 minutes. So just please stop and let me do the reporting, because I'm actually talking to people who are on the ground right now, who are evaluating these storms. These are actually trained weather spotters. I've got multiple feeds up right now all across these storms, taking a look at all these damage potentials, or storm velocities. Just please be respectful of the streams and uh, yep. And yep. So there is some strong storms moving into the airport right now. This is the RDR, north of Eduardo at the moment. Thank you guys for continuing to tune in. Looks like we do have a possible area of rotation still in and around this area, to the northwest of Eduardo. So gotta continue to watch these here.
No, it wasn't one way.
Right. Jonathan Benjamin, thank you so much for joining. Minneapolis, I think it's going to be an early morning thing, like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, for when everybody's waking up. There is a chance that you guys could see maybe some strong winds gussing out with the thunderstorms. So I would say your threat for Minneapolis, St. Paul is going to be more 7, 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow morning when everybody's waking up. Could see some strong storms move in through the area. Hope that was helpful. That's what you've seen too? Okay. That's what it was showing on my radar, at least on the future radar. So these storms are very destructive. These storms now pushing off into parts of Minnesota here. Very destructive winds, 80 miles an hour, and some of these outflow bands going to be pushing right in towards East Grand Forks. Going to be some possibly destructive. Still watching a couple areas of broad rotation in and around Eduardo area, coming towards Grand Forks and maybe south of that. Very, very strong, destructive, severe thunderstorms. No problem. I'm glad I could help give you some information. If you guys are new here, please consider subscribing to the channel. I know we've had a lot of storms going on in Michigan, North Dakota, South Dakota. A lot of storms going on. A lot of tornadoes that have happened this year in this area. A lot of straight line wind damage. So if you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. It helps get those warnings out. I have family in Fargo. What are their chances? Fargo, Marhead. Chances of getting a hit tonight. Their chances of having some stronger straight line wind damage is definitely not out of the realm of possibility here. We're taking a look. I'm trying to find Fargo real quick. Fargo here. Take a look at timings for Fargo. Come on, radar. Keep up with me here. Here we go. Okay, so Fargo, there's some storms possibly moving into that area over the next hour or so. Taking a look here at our greatest potential. Looks like 9 o'clock could be some very nasty weather in and around the Fargo area. Yeah, I would say 8. There's going to be some supercells potentially. Could be from anywhere from about 8 to 11 p.m. for this area. Or 8 through 11, I should say. So yeah, 9 o'clock to 11, probably going to be the worst of the severe weather for Fargo. Definitely could be some supercell potential in and around Fargo. So we have an observed tornado. Still haven't gotten an update on that tornado warning just yet. Might get some flooding. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a whole lot of the extremely bad severe weather, Kai. But we're still monitoring these tornado warnings. We got some more supercells developing behind this. These are going to continue, I think, to push more to the east and southeast here. Awesome, Jonathan. Just want to help keep those warnings potential for areas like Fargo. Thank you guys so much for the likes. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you those who've shared these live streams out. Really do appreciate it. We've had close to 1,000 people tuning into this live stream already. So I do appreciate you guys helping to get the warnings out to the people that need them. Thank you to everybody who's watched the channel so far. We still got a couple of areas of embedded supercells that are still possibly rotating in and out of these areas. We still got a warning going on here. This is radar indicated. These storms would be located over Eduardo. That's where they're saying is the greatest potential for tornadoes. I would say that this is probably going to be our strongest cell that's going to be moving over towards Grand Forks, but we also got a couple of areas of smaller embedded rotations. These could be quick QCLS tornadoes or even small funnel clouds at the edge of the, at the edge of the shelf. So this is more going to be a straight line wind damage type storm. Eventually we'll see these storms probably push off towards Marysville and southward. So just a heads up there. These are becoming more outflow dominant. Even though here we are still seeing some of these inflow winds still wrapping around. Some of these are got a little bit of embedded vortices in them. So we're going to continue to watch. Flooding and downpours tonight. Hopefully we get some storms here on Monday and Tuesday. If we get some severe weather, I'll definitely be out here in the field here in South Texas, possibly live. So we're going to continue to monitor these threats here. We do have some areas of some embedded rotation that could spur a severe thunderstorm warning coming into Michigan. But right now, I don't see that quite happening just yet. We still have a couple of areas of broad level circulation coming towards the Grand Forks area. Looks like they'll probably allow this tornado warning to expire. That is our only current tornado warning. We got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, including now here in Kansas and Colorado as well. Some large hail potential in some of these storms, maybe even some broad level circulation going on here in Colorado. Showing some markers for some very destructive hail. This is going to be moving over towards Goodland, Kansas here in the next little bit. So heads up there along I-70. I-70 is going to be right along this path here. So this is coming towards Colorado. See that correctly. Some golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, showing some areas of some possibly larger than golf ball size hail. This is going to be Coronado, Burlington, and Ruleton. If you're in this area, just keep watch out for the storm. It does show that it is strengthening. Getting this, also some of this dry air wrapping around this. So, and we did have a little bit of a rotation couplet involved in that here to the north of that. So we're continuing to watch all of our threats here. Kansas, I think Nebraska was supposed to possibly get hit tonight with some bad weather. But our main threat tonight is going to be Minnesota, North Dakota, possibly into northern South Dakota too. Still got this one tornado warning that's ongoing here. But like I said, I think this is becoming more outflow driven. Still got these areas here of some minor rotation going on. You could definitely see some strong storms, Kai. I definitely think it's possible that you could see some strong storms, some heavy rain, maybe some small hail. Other than that, I don't think you're going to be far out of the tornado threat tonight. So. Because you're down here. Take a quick look at Hackensack, and then I'm not going to really focus on it again tonight. Definitely could see some damaging winds along this line coming into Hackensack, probably around 11, maybe some small hail. Could definitely be an active night for you. That line should pretty much push out of your area probably around 2 o'clock. So I would say anywhere from about 10 until 2 o'clock in the morning is going to be your biggest time for a threat. Yeah, I would say storms should be hitting you at around midnight. Storms are going to be coming into Hackensack around 11 and pushing you out of your area probably around 2 a.m. Just to give you an idea there. But a very, very active weather pattern, especially in this part of the country. Sorry, that was my roommate's phone. Just trying to shut it off as fast as I could with the audio. But we're still watching this storm push off. I think they'll probably get rid of this tornado warning, but we could see another brief spin up. Excuse me. We have some brief rotation over Grand Forks right now. Spotters in the area monitoring that threat. We have another area of rotation here to the south of Grand Forks. So just be careful, y'all. If you're in this area, please make sure you're aware of what's coming. Oh. You got this area here, Manville, South, North Dakota. got a couple areas of broad level rotation coming towards Grand Forks. Oh, come on. Sleeping in thunderstorms is easy. I've slept through tornado warnings before. Not the best thing to do. Orange skies? Well, that'll happen when the sun's going down. I don't know. I'm not going to ask why I got storms at 9 o'clock. Well, that's just when it's predicted to move into your area. It's not going to be much of a tornado threat. It's going to be more of a damaging wind threat coming into your area. Thank you, everybody who's continued to stay tuned to the live stream. Make sure to hit that bell notification, hit that like, get notified of more streams coming out here in the future. Because we're going to have... We also got a little bit of tropical trouble moving into the Atlantic right now, too. Could be some flooding. Definitely some dust probably coming into East Grand Forks and downtown Grand Forks right now. Probably seeing some extensive dust getting kicked up in these areas along this outflow boundary. Continuing to watch. They've already severe warned Maryville ahead of this storm as it pushes to the southeast. So this is Norman, Polk, Grand Forks, Cass, Trail County, Barnes County, and Steele County. Hey, what's up, Mia? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, everybody, for joining so far. Continuing to watch these threats as they continue. We also got some of these stronger storms moving in to the north here. We'll have to watch these because of this outflow boundary with these storms right now. That might get these to spin here to the south if they move over. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I thought it's always weird when I get. Alright, guys, sorry, I'm back. I had to take a phone call real quick. Oh, you did? Yeah. It was kind of weird. It must be hitting everybody up in this area. Some very strong destructive winds pushing out a lot of dust ahead of this storm here. Marysville, Hillsboro, pushing south into parts of Minnesota. So, I wonder if I'm going to get a tornado watch right now. No, I don't think there's going to be a tornado watch. This isn't going to be like a full-blown tornado outbreak. This is more of a severe weather outbreak. If they had more conditions favorable for tornadoes, you would see that these boxes here wouldn't say severe thunderstorm watch, it would say tornado watch. You would usually have more of a there isn't a whole lot of strong low-level wind shear to get these storms to rotate. Plus, they're more in a linear configuration, more of a QCLS threat, if any. But I don't even see that right now. Just some very destructive winds going on with these storms. Very, very strong. 60 mile per hour being indicated. So showing some signs of weakening with this storm front moving through. Tornado warnings were allowed to expire. We got some different areas of warm fronts and cold fronts moving through. A couple of different mesoscale discussions going on in Nebraska and South Dakota. More areas in South Dakota now becoming severe thunderstorm warned. We'll continue to watch that threat as this continues to move off here to the northeast. I guarantee probably some of these storms are going to be ending up merging together. You might get a brief spin up with these later as they move into more favorable low-level wind shear and some of these higher Cape values, especially up towards the north of Fargo. So we're definitely going to have to watch these as they move up in that direction, because I think they have the potential of moving into this section here, which is going to be our greatest threat for tornadic development. But I think this is going to be mostly line-driven storms. You have a high amount of Cape around 9 to 11 o'clock in this area. So that's just going to lead to more explosive severe weather potential. But I think with the dying of the heat during the day here, we're going to lose some of that potential. So I don't think it's going to be a huge tornado threat now. I think our greatest tornado threat would be right now to about probably 7 or 8 o'clock. Might get a severe thunderstorm watch. That's definitely plausible in these areas. Bernard down to Little Falls definitely might expand some of these severe thunderstorm watches as the storm continues to push. So Hackensack definitely could get a severe thunderstorm watch. Tornado watch, not so much. We do have some of these elevated hail potentials in some of these storms here. I'm actually surprised that we've had this many confirmed tornadoes on the ground today, because the shear was hit and miss on all the models today. So must have tapped into some of that outflow boundary from earlier. Yeah, you might get a severe thunderstorm warning tonight into the early morning hours. I wouldn't be super shocked on that one. Definitely could get that possibility. Thank you to all the new subscribers here to the channel. I do appreciate every single one of you. You guys help to keep the channel going. So I am a volunteer at the National Weather Service office for San Antonio. I'm their eyes on the ground as a Skywarn Storm Spotter, also storm chaser. I kind of do it more, what do you call it, as a hobby. I would love to be able to do it for a living, but it's kind of not in the cards, at least right now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall County, Red Lake County, Polk County, Pennington County, Grand Forks County, and Walsh County in North Dakota and Minnesota. 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Still some very destructive winds with this storm. Most of those severe winds are going to be embedded in this line here. And that's going to push off towards Thief River Falls. Red Lake Falls. I think for the most part, this is the tornado potential is dying out for that line in particular. Like I said, you could get some QCLS tornado threat, some brief tornadoes that form on the underneath of the shelf cloud with this inflow. It's still helping to try to keep this storm lifted up, pushing. So, and then you got the outflow pushing out here. So you could get some brief spin ups in and around these areas, but mostly it's going to be a outflow driven storm. This is where you're going to see the most severe winds in and around coming into the downtown Grand Forks area right now. You also got this Boeing line here that could produce some damaging winds. So where you see this area here, this is going to be your greatest amount of dust getting kicked up. Right now, dust getting kicked up in Mayville, my guess. Shelby, Daisy, Hope, Buxton, Reynolds. This gust front's probably 60. It's probably, honestly, it's probably about 50-mile-an-hour gust front. This is enough to possibly take out some small tree branches and stuff like that. Also throw a lot of dirty air around, some dust devils, stuff like that. thank you guys for continuing to stay tuned to the channel. I do appreciate it. Got 5 people still watching the stream. Wonder if I'm gonna get a tornado watch right now. Or that was actually an old message there. You haven't been to Grand Fork? I've never been to Minnesota or North Dakota, so I have really no authority over knowing any of these areas because I really don't know them. I'm just going off what's on my computer. Still monitoring these storms. Not a whole lot of rotation, but a lot of lightning going on in these. Still watching these ongoing threats here for continued severe weather outbreak. Still continue to watch our weather coverage at the moment. Thank you guys for sticking with me here on the Storm Chasing Guide channel. I do appreciate it. Right now we're monitoring our ongoing severe weather threat here in parts of North Dakota, and now even moving into parts of South Dakota as well. So a lot of severe weather. We even have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings now in Nebraska, and another severe thunderstorm producing large hail around Goodland, Kansas. So this is kind of a very serious threat here that we got going on today. Do appreciate everybody who's joined up so far. Hey, what's up, Boost Lake Boys? Thank you so much for joining. Boost Lake Boys. Thank you so much for joining. Billings, Montana. Greetings from San Antonio, Texas. So watching our ongoing severe weather threat right now, parts of North Dakota. Do see what looks like a possible area where these winds are wrapping around this section here. This inflow being poured into the storm. We'll have to continue to watch that for a plausible tornado warning here in the future. Some very large hail falling near Dawson right now. This is over off of Highway 94 in North Dakota. This is to the east of Bismarck. We also got these severe thunderstorms right now that are currently in Minnesota as well. We have this huge outflow boundary going on right now near Maysville. Some very destructive winds coming out ahead of this storm. Huh? This is in Maysville, North Dakota. Yeah, we got a very strong outflow line here. This is going to be dust and debris being picked up here on the outflow line of this severe thunderstorm, pushing out probably 50, 60 mile-an-hour winds being pushed out ahead of this storm, and some 60, possibly even 70 mile-per-hour winds right here on this northern side. Very strong storms. More storms here pushing to the south. These will eventually move in towards areas like Berlin and maybe even come towards the Fargo area. The more these become a line, the more outflow driven they become, the less tornado threat we're going to have. The area looks pretty broken right here, but it does look like we have a possible area of rotation there along that line, so we're going to have to continue to watch that as that progresses. Thank you to the new subscriber. I do appreciate it. This is what I do as a hobby, is I analyze storms. I go into them, drive into them, get my measurements, submit my findings over the National Weather Service office, depending on which area that I'm in. Gather photo evidence and data, ton of other stuff. I've worked with bigger storm chasing crews in the past as a photographer. I've worked with a couple of news stations in the past for photography aspect. Got a couple of different warnings going on right now. with severe weather. We got this line here moving through. These are going to push to the east and southeast towards Jamestown, Valley City. This is still trying to get more organized right here. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw another tornado warning out of the southern part of this storm, because these are more. This is more of an organized MCS type system, where this is more of an isolated or conjoined cluster of supercells that are developing. Thank you guys for tuning in so far. I do appreciate it. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. I am trying to monitor all these storms right now. We got a ton of them here in the United States. We have Arthur, Nebraska, Keith County, Nebraska. We have Grand Forks, Griggs, Nelson, and Steele counties in North Dakota under a severe thunderstorm warning. Still being monitored for a plausible tornado. That's what you said. Just waiting for the storms, you're bored? I hear you. And you can really see this outflow line here. This is that continued push of dust and debris that's being kicked up ahead of this gust front, this Haboob type event, where you're having this wall of dust and dirt kicked up ahead of this storm. Very strong winds. Got him? Yeah, he kept flying in my face. I was still very strong storm up here. 70 mile per hour wind potential coming into Thief River Falls. Continuing to monitor all of our threats here. We also have this strong storm that isn't severe storm yet. We have these kind of isolated, maturing, growing supercells that have a little bit of a rotation couplet to them. So we're going to have to keep watching to see if these possibly go tornado warned here in the future as they continue to move off to the northeast. So, do you think the risk is going to change after the last update or two, or stay the same in Fort Lincoln, Nebraska? Let's take a look here at Nebraska real quick. All right. Taking a look at Nebraska, there is going to be a 2% chance of tornadoes for most of west and east and central Nebraska, even parts of west Nebraska. A good portion of Nebraska is going to be under a 2% tornado risk. Though I don't think it's going to be a high potential of tornadoes. Definitely could see an isolated spin up, maybe one or two brief tornadoes that could form. Got some. Where is Fort Lincoln? I'm guessing that's near Lincoln, Nebraska. So we'll take a look at our HRRR model. This is going to be the HRRR model is going to be the most accurate at short range forecasting. Looks like we're going to have a line of potential supercells that move in around Norfolk, maybe Wayne, with some possibilities of some big hail potential coming in towards Elk Point around 2 o'clock in the morning. Could be starting off here near Pierce. Some large hail. Also Atkinson around 1 a.m. Oh, Lincoln, Nebraska. Gotcha. I was like, where's Fort Lincoln? Looks like it's just going to be some isolated thunderstorms, maybe an isolated severe thunderstorm just to the east of Lincoln, Nebraska. Definitely could see some brief heavy rain there at around 2 a.m. I think of the majority of the worst of the storms are going to be here in parts of Iowa. Definitely here, looks like a very strong straight line wind damage tonight in parts of Wisconsin and into parts of Minnesota tonight. I think this could be a potential for some 70, 80 mile per hour winds here that would be coming towards the south, towards parts of Wisconsin. There's definitely going to be a couple of waves of severe weather that move through these areas this evening. The storm really should start to kind of break up around 4 a.m. around Duluth. Duluth could see the last of the very strong destructive winds. I think for Lincoln, it's going to be mostly to the north of you. I don't think they're going to increase the slight risk for Lincoln. I think it's probably going to be a marginal risk for severe weather. Hey Mia, thank you so much for tuning back in. I do appreciate it. Right now, we're still continuing to monitor our threat. I think the majority of the tornado threat is going to be mostly over now. We'll continue to watch for the next little bit here. If our tornado threat does continue, I think it's going to be on these storms here. Looks like we got some areas that have some pretty large hail coming in and around Jamestown right now. Definitely seeing this area, that blue signature, that's some higher DBZ values. You can see some possibly tennis ball size hail involved in that. Some 2.5 inch hail. So I think it's going to be even north of Omaha. These storms, I think it's going to be north of, probably north of Omaha. Let's take a look. So if I go out here to my future cast, the magic 8-ball of weather, I think it's going to be more towards Sioux City, maybe Yanktown. Definitely will have the bigger threat. I think it'll even be more further north than even Omaha. Yeah, Sioux City looks like it's going to be the hardest hit in that area. Sorry guys, I wasn't there for the last couple days too because I was working, so. But I saw a pretty credible threat and I got done with a lot of the work that I needed to today. Wow, this is a really destructive thunderstorm. You're in a life-threatening situation. This is, that is a powerful storm coming into Thief Fall Rivers right now. Wow, 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is not going to do much good. If you're in Thief Fall Rivers, you need to treat that like a tornado warning. That is a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust associated with the forward movement of this wind here. Very strong destructive winds here with this thunderstorm. So that should absolutely be treated like a tornado. You get away from doors and windows kind of situation. Also has a little bit of a hook to it, so I'll have to watch this for a potential tornado warning. Continue to watch all of our severe thunderstorm warnings right now. They issued a tornado warning for straight line winds. No, I'm saying that people should treat this like a tornado warning because the straight line wind damage is so extreme. 90-mile-per-hour with tornado possible, indicating that there is a little bit of rotation with this storm, mesocyclone. It should be taken very seriously. These are destructive storms for Warren Radium, Old Mill, and State Park. If you're in any of those areas, you need to be away from your doors and windows because you could get some flying debris with those type of winds. Nickel-sized hail and 90-mile-per-hour winds. It's kind of like the equivalent of like a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning. That means people have already gauged damaging winds in this area that are in an excess of 90 miles an hour or close to. Probably witnessing, because Warren probably had some damage. Very, very destructive thunderstorms. We got this storm here into the south dropping ping pong ball size hail that could definitely do some damage to cars. That's going to be moving into the town of Cleveland here soon. Some very large destructive hail. Some of these indicators saying 3.75 inch, which would be softball-sized hail potential. If we look at the 3D radar here, we can kind of take a look, see how high some of these cloud tops are. And looking at these right now, we're seeing some of these almost 60,000 foot cloud tops with these severe thunderstorms. That is very, very damaging. Very, very tall severe thunderstorms too. You can kind of take a look here and see the storm structures on these. You can see that damaging wind line right here. Must be pretty wild looking from Jamestown right now. Probably seeing a lot of green underneath that anvil. A lot of lightning. Very heavy damaging wind right now going on there. I'm not muted. You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, I can hear myself on the playback. Should be good. Thank you everybody who's tuned in the live stream. I do appreciate your help, helping to get the word out. Well, then you need to turn up your volume, Kai, because I can hear my audio playing. No, my audio's working perfectly. Maybe turn your audio on your YouTube. So here's what the National Weather Turbine Valley line in North Dakota is. Yeah, there's a line of thunderstorms moving in through western Nebraska. These are some pretty strong storms too. Some large hail. Some of these areas near Martin, probably seeing some quarter-size hail. Maybe some ping pong ball size hail or larger. This storm here to the northwest of Tyrone. Got this outflow boundary here, which is an interesting feature because this keeps pushing here to the south. We might get some more rotation, and that could cause a mesoscale accident where you end up getting some tornado development. Very, very weak rotation, if any. But we'll see it as it gets closer to Thereford. Also some severe thunderstorms here coming towards Ainsworth. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing too. We've still got some very destructive hail going on here. We'll have to continue to watch this for possible tornado development in the future. We do have this area of rotation here near Crystal Springs. If that keeps pushing off here to the northeast, or if that even makes more of an eastern movement. So that's going to be moving off towards Medina, Cleveland.
Medina? You mean Medina?
Medina, tomato.
Funky, cold Medina. No. Here in Texas, it's spelled the same way, but it's called Medina.
Oh, Tecumseh, Nebraska. These storms are going to continue to push off to the northeast. I wouldn't rule out that we could get probably one more tornado warning here. Probably somewhere close to I-94 north. Oh, sorry, not Tecumseh. Tecumseh. Okay. My apologies. I kind of sped read that, so I do apologize. Let's see, Tecumseh. Cook. Storms are still firing up near Arthur. Still got these storms coming towards Woodlake and Ainsworth. It's in northeast Nebraska. Okay. Northeast Nebraska, yeah. So the worst of the weather is going to come into around anywhere from about Plainview, Sioux City, Yanktown, Vermilion, Elk Point. O'Neill, Atkinson, Ainsworth. That's where these storms are going to really sweep through. It's a small city. Gotcha. Just take a look, see if I can spot it. Is it like closer to the North or South Dakota border? This kind of gives me a little look at everything. There's a whole lot of little towns here in Nebraska. East of Norfolk. Okay. Should be able to help narrow it down. Now where is Norfolk? Oh, I see it here. It's east of West Point. Yeah, so definitely, I think it's even going to be, yeah, I would say that's about the boundary I would say that these storms are going to roll into. Maybe even north of Tucumã. Yeah, it'll be Sioux City definitely. Tucumã could see some rain. I think the worst of it's even going to be further north than Tucumã. A lot of these storms are starting to move out of the 2% or the 5% risk for severe weather. I still think that we might get a tornado warning out of this, possibly still. But the daytime heating is really starting to dwindle on this side. And I'm not seeing much rotation. I don't really have all that high hopes for that one to go tornado warning. I think that we still could see maybe an isolated tornado threat with that, but still watching to see how this does because I do still see a hook echo on this. It's going to be very far northeastern Nebraska that gets hit into parts of Iowa. But I think a majority of this tornado threat is over with the ending of the daytime heating. Still might get one or two more tornadoes that could form, but I don't think it's going to be as high as possibility. Saying that it's still dropping some 3-inch hail, so some baseball-sized hail could be falling in and around that area, coming towards Buchanan.
Yes. We make calls. We got to yeah. She didn't have to work today. So the son, I'm sleeping. Yes. That's what it is.
Oh, I know. We don't have to take it.
Thank you guys for continuing to stay tuned here. We're still watching this threat as it continues to push off towards Jamestown. Some very large, destructive thunderstorms in and around these areas.
And the original page is still there, but the group but the current page is still there. That's the group page is gone.
Still got 8 people watching the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe to this channel if you're new. Helps get these warnings out to more people. Make sure to share this out if you're in South and North Dakota, even Nebraska. We're going to continue to watch this for a little bit longer. Some definite damaging wind potential, especially in this line of storms here. Definitely some damaging winds coming towards Red Lake. These have more congealed into a line as well. I think this is going to continue to be connecting these two here and keep persisting on that damaging wind threat as that pushes further to the southeast. These are all becoming more outflow driven. I would say that the tornado risk is significantly decreasing. We're still watching a couple of these isolated supercell thunderstorms. Definitely some moderate hail here coming towards Gettysburg. But like I said, I think most of these storms producing a lot of lightning here in these lines. I'm also monitoring some stuff in the tropics that I'll be going live on over the next couple of days. Do see that there is a potential threat for some tropical activity to develop. It's coming off of the coast of Africa right now. And that could be pushing off the coast, or that could be pushing towards the Gulf of Mexico, possibly into. I would say it's definitely going to push into the Gulf of Mexico. We'll just have to see where it goes and how strong it will be.
Who's not in town? Definitely tell me what. It's just about time. Yeah.
I do really appreciate everybody tuning in today. Got this little backward C, so can kind of monitor this for possible tornado development coming towards Buchanan. We'll keep watching that. So you got a little bit of a dry slot here. Sometimes you can get a tornado that develops within that dry slot, especially on the southern boundaries of these severe thunderstorm warned lines. I'd say this is probably our bigger threat moving towards Jamestown, Fried, Buchanan. Be right back, guys. I'm gonna just grab some water real quick. Got a nice storm around Pierre, South Dakota. Not quite yet. Not ending the stream quite yet. That storm thing. Ty, yeah, we'll do one last check of Michigan for you here. Got a new severe thunderstorm watch. That was kind of bound to happen. So we got this area, Heckensack. 11 o'clock. So storm's moving in around 11, 10:30, 11. Going to be pushing them. Still same thing. I would say 11 o'clock to 1 a.m. It's going to be some showers and thunderstorms in and around your area. Should be ending around 11, the worst of it. Or 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. Should be out of your area. Yeah, 11 to 2 a.m. No storms right now. Look, you're free and clear at the moment. These storms are coming towards, right now they're near, what's that, Crickstone, Mickinosh. Probably going to be coming into Fargo. But it's mostly going to be some straight line wind damage. These storms are more becoming line driven. I don't think there's going to be any more of a tornado threat. I think it's going to be mostly a damaging wind threat. This is involved into more of an MCS type storm with some very strong outflow driven winds. Very destructive winds coming towards Red Lake right now. 90-mile-an-hour winds possible. These are destructive storms for Thief River Falls and Carlstad. 90-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. You're in a life-threatening situation. This can cause significant damage to mobile homes, businesses, substantial roof and wind damage, also tree damage and power outages. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying, Robert. The tornado threat's pretty much gone. You're going to have possibly some small hail threat, maybe isolated spot with some bigger hail, and I think it's going to be mostly a damaging wind, and I think that's really going to be the prominent thing, and like I said, maybe that isolated large hail. Can you put the face cam back on? What, you guys like to see my face? Oh my god. Here we go. There's the face cam. But if we do get the chance for severe storms on Monday or Tuesday here in South Central Texas, I'll definitely be out storm chasing across South Central Texas. I think it's just going to be more of general thunderstorm right now that I've seen, but we'll have to see how that continues because we have 50 and 60% chances. So. Still continuing to monitor our severe weather threat. Still continuing. Just checking the audio and make sure it's working properly. I need to get my mic set up where my mic sounds a little bit better and more crisp, but right now I can't find my cord for my mic, so that is something I will be working on, is getting a better mic so my audio doesn't sound so digitally cracked up. I got the Blue Yeti Snowball that I can use. It's more of like a broadcasting mic. I used to do podcasts and stuff like that. So that's why I have this, but hopefully soon I can find that cord and get this re-hooked up. So you'll hear the audio a little bit cleaner. Still some very destructive storms. We got multiple counties here. What does that storm look like off the coast of Africa? Let's take a look. So right now, this is kind of their prediction: 60-day potential or 5-day potential, 60% chance of development. Tropical wave is located over the central tropical Atlantic. Is producing large area of disorganized showers and thunderstorms. Environmental conditions appear conducive for development of the system over the next couple of days. Tropical depression could form as early or middle of parts of next week. The system is forecasted to move over the tropical Atlantic and approach the Wayward Islands by early next week. That's kind of an idea of where this storm is heading. I'll be doing a more larger tropical threat as that gets closer to the United States, maybe 4 or 5 days out. I'll start broadcasting some of that. Still got some ongoing flash flood warnings. We got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. A lot of lightning going on within these storms. Around Pierre, South Dakota. You're in the 5% for tornadoes. You're in the 2%. 5% is pretty much disintegrating. There isn't going to be much of a tornado threat for the rest of the night. I think it's a little early out, Robert, but I'll be taking a deeper dive into our tropical trouble once we get. Sorry, I had a mosquito flying around. I hope I got him. I've been getting bit left and right in the house because somebody left the door open and ended up getting a mosquito and it's been biting everybody. But over the next couple days, I'll be going deeper into our tropical threat, kind of starting to track it with the GFS and European model, kind of take a look at where that could be heading over the next couple days. As soon as they'll probably, I'm guessing it's probably going to be in the next 2 or 3 days, that thing becomes a depression. Citronella candles. Yeah, I need to get some. We used to have a lot of them, actually. Yeah, I'm allergic to mosquitoes, so every time I get bit, I just have a full-out allergic reaction to it. But this bite, so I got bit by a mosquito and a fire ant on the same arm. We ended up having a fire ant, and I don't know if it was latched onto the dog, but the dog brought in a fire ant into the apartment, and it ended up tagging me while I was asleep because I sleep here downstairs. So, fun times. Fire ant and a mosquito bite on the same line. Gotta love it. And there's another fly flying around here. The bugs here have been really bad ever since it actually made it worse when they sprayed. Our apartment complex is the worst ever for pest control. And anything really for that matter. You hit your foot. Still some very damaging winds along this Boeing line here. Like I said, I think a majority of our tornado threat is over. Maybe if we could get some of these more stronger thunderstorms here in South Dakota with some of that outflow boundary enhancement, we might get another tornado warning. But I think this is going to just continue to connect the line here for these storms. Got this, this is just pumping the storm with more energy right now near Jamestown. Well, looks like we got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Kitson, Minnesota, Marshall, Minnesota, and Razoo, Minnesota. Is that Razoo, Minnesota? So this is north of Thief River Falls. People want to talk, that's fine. If they don't, that's fine. I'm not going to force anybody to chat if they don't want to. But this is this is going to be coming towards Middle River. We got a couple little areas of rotation here. Just gonna continue to monitor this. This is a new tornado warning. In the same area where we're having some of these 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Located over Old Mill State Park. This area of rotation, we've got this area of rotation, a little bit of rotation here, so we got a couple little vortices, so we're going to continue to monitor this. this is the main area where they were watching with this cell right here. We're going to continue to watch that as it pushes off towards New Folden. Okay, so we got a little bit better area of rotation there. This is going to be pushing off to the northeast towards New Folden. Tornado warning for Minnesota, guys. This is going to be making its way close to Middle River. If you're in Middle River, you need to be watching this seriously. There in Minnesota. It's going to be moving in that general direction. So it's moving at 25 miles per hour. Take a look at our CC. Not really seeing much, so probably just a rotating wall cloud. So this will be coming into near Middle River, if not hitting Middle River in the next 35 minutes. So if you're in that area, you need to be seeking shelter. You have about 35 minutes to get ready for this storm or less. Yep, get to underground. If you don't have a basement, go to your nearest low-level, most interior closet or bathroom. That's going to be your safest bet. Hopefully there's some warnings going on there. Still monitoring this area of rotation. 35 minutes to push towards Middle River. Probably about 10-15 minutes towards New Folden. So if you're in those areas, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is for Kidston, Marshall, and Roselle counties. This is in Minnesota. If you're in any of these areas, those three counties, you need to be seeking shelter, especially if you're in New Folden, Minnesota, or Middle River, Minnesota. You need to be seeking shelter right now. Continuing to watch to see if this is going to pick up any debris. Not seeing much. Could be, since it is over rural area, it could be just kicking up dust if there is a tornado. We're going to continue to watch this. If you have a weather radio, make sure you have it on you. So this is coming right for Newfoundland. If you're in Newfoundland, you need to be seeking shelter right now. If you're on Highway 59 or Interstate 59, you need to be off of that highway. Do not go under an overpass. Do not go under an overpass. Just get off the road and try to get out of the way of the storm. If you're on 59 near the Middle River, you need to push south towards Hope. There is a new area of rotation, mid-level rotation near Thief River Falls. That's also going to be pushing off here to the northeast. We'll have to continue to monitor that as well. Okay, so the rotation is looking like it is kind of breaking up right now. Still got this area, some mid-level rotation still going off. I would still, as long as these tornado warnings are going, it's always better to be safer than sorry. And make sure you're taking shelter. Still got these damaging winds here coming towards Fargo. Got this really sharp outflow boundary right here. That'll be pushing towards Fargo here in the next little bit. Could be seeing some dust and debris kicking up with that. Strong storms definitely around here. These are more elevated supercells and some stronger, higher cloud tops. Some very intense damaging winds coming into Thief River Falls right now. Red Lake Falls. This is going to be a very strong area of damaging wind. Still watching this tornado warning. This is for Marshall, Kittendon, and Razoo County. Still watching this small area of rotation still coming towards Newfoundland. Middle River is in its path. That's where this storm is warned for right now. But that's rotation is really breaking up at the moment. We're still watching a couple more areas of rotation to come into this area. We also have this broad area of rotation here. So we'll continue to watch to see if they remove that warning, or it could recirculate. So we're still watching. But still, if you have a tornado warning, you should still be safe. Thank you guys once again for tuning in today's live. I do appreciate your support. If you're new here to the channel, please consider subscribing, hitting that like button, sharing this out, helping to get these warnings out. Looks like our monsoon rains are still occurring in Arizona and parts of New Mexico at the moment. That is our only tornado warning right now. We'll continue to monitor to see if they issue a new one with this. But it's a pretty broad area of circulation. We also got this one here that has some indication that there is some rotation going on. This will be inside of these damaging wind lines. You're really seeing that damaging wind line continue to grow, become a potential hazard. Seeing some of these very strong winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds with this line of storms. Really seeing this large gust front here. Also seeing some of these storms more isolated in nature. These are going to be some supercells on the southern end. If I was chasing today, I'd be on these. These are going to be more of these winds wrapping in here. And these winds pushing out, so you'll get some little tiny bits of rotation. That is a maturing supercell by the looks of it. Could be dropping some large hail. Getting some more of this really favorable air conditions here. I think most of those will kind of tend to die down. This is probably going to be one of the last tornado warnings. Just due to the fact that this is the northern part of the storm, this line is still very much active. I don't think that tornado warning is going to be up for much longer. They said 22 minutes, but we do have a little bit of a weak broad area of rotation still near near Fulton. That's still going to be continuing to push. So we'll hang out here a little bit longer and see if they either remove that warning or if they extend it. All depends on what kind of environment this storm is moving into. But this is more like a rain wrapped QCLS tornado threat. This isn't going to be your large, devastating, isolated tornado. These are going to be weak rain wrapped tornadoes, but they could still cause some damage. Also got a little bit of an area of rotation there that will be pushing off towards the northeast. Over a mostly open area just to the south of Holt. We'll just have to continue to watch it. These storms being warned for 80-mile-an-hour straight line winds as well. Marshall, Red Lake, Polk, Kitson, Razoo, and Pennington counties in Minnesota. So if you're in any of these counties, that could be affecting you. This is a destructive thunderstorm. Could be leading to some very, very dangerous conditions. Strongest winds here are probably going to be in this bow. Most likely the strongest winds are going to be right here in this section near Deep River Falls and southward towards Red Lake Falls. So there was a powerful anti-cyclonic tornado that touched down near McVille. I was kicking up a lot of dust earlier. Thank you, everybody, for continuing to stay tuned to the live stream. Do appreciate it. We still have that tornado warning. Still continuing to watch that condition there. Radar indicated tornado. This would be coming into New Fulton right now. Still got that broad area of rotation here. It is kind of far away from the radar, so we're not getting the best image of it. It's also going to be making its way towards Middle River Fall or Middle River. continue to watch these threats here as well, these little tiny areas of rotation. Got some broad circulation there. That'll be going towards Goodridge. Very dangerous storm. Parts of Minnesota right now. We've got more of a dangerous storm here in parts of. Probably will be pushing into your area later in the evening or into the morning hours. Probably around midnight. In between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the morning. Could see some very gusty winds, probably a lot of lightning. You're here. That can suck. We're about 100 miles away from these storms, so we're moving at about 35, 40 miles an hour. So yeah, I think that tornado warning will probably end here soon. I hope. Yeah, they're not even really showing much rotation for that storm anymore. Let's get allowed to expire with a Rosewood. So now this is the one that they're continuing to keep this warning going for the next little bit. See if they extend that warning. Getting a little bit of an area of rotation here as well. But like I said, this is more like a QCLS tornado. They're very hard to predict. They're very hard to see. They're very short-lived. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings going on in Canada, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. I do appreciate everybody who's joined so far today. Probably will end this live stream here soon, so I gotta go do some other work. There are quite a few other people live streaming weather events today, so. Still watching this storm here. see if it either dissipates. I don't think this is going to be long-lived rotation. I think it's going to be more isolated. Could end up getting a tornado warning possibly for this as that comes towards Goodrich, but I'm not 100% sure on that. There's also an area of broad level rotation there. There's another area of broad level rotation right there. Another area of broad level rotation. And this is what happens. You get these kinks in the line. Sometimes you can get a brief touchdown. Really not showing anything on the correlation coefficient as far as tornado development. Probably some really nasty skies going on. Definitely an embedded supercell in this line. It's kind of broken up right here. And that line's going to just continue to push on here to the south, coming into parts of Iowa, extreme northeastern Nebraska, going into possibly towards St. Paul. And then I think it's going to really fall apart around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning after it hits areas around St. Paul. Couldn't imagine it gets stays any more together. But like I said, thank you everybody who's joined so far. I'm going to continue to stay alive as long as we have this tornado warning here. I do think it'll be allowed to expire. I don't see any real updates on it at the moment. There's not a whole lot of organized rotation right now. They got about 9 minutes left on that severe thunder, or on that tornado warning. Also gotta eat dinner, which would be nice. Find something to eat. But I do appreciate everybody who's joined me this evening on tonight's live stream. If you're new here to the channel, make sure to subscribe, hit that like button, ring that bell notification. Still tornado warned here. So a little bit longer. Really take a look here. Just kind of waiting to see if it does get any further development. Very strong wind damage occurring in parts of South Dakota. Not seeing a whole lot of area of definitive convection. There is one small area north and east of Pierre that's got a little bit of rotation going on with it. And you do have some broad level circulation here to the south of Viking, Minnesota. Still going to continue our tornado warning here. Circulation's really winding down. We got this tornado warning up for about the next 3 minutes or so. So I kind of have like a little bit of a narrower corridor for this 5% tornado risk. That does include Aberdeen and Nebraska. I want to continue to watch this. When does the latest outlook come out? Because I'm looking at it and I'm still pulled out. New outlook for severe weather. If we take a look here at our severe weather potential, it's still this is still the one. I think the next update should have been 8 o'clock. Should have been the latest update. Can't remember if it's 8 or 9. Still showing that this area is still conductive of severe weather, even though the majority of the threat is going to be in and around that area. So, I know some storm chasers are positioning themselves in Fargo right now. We got a new special weather statement saying that Doppler radar is tracking a gust front associated with that thunderstorm. The winds are up to 50 miles an hour. That's going to be coming into Fargo right about the next 5-10 minutes. If you look at the HRRR model, the HRRR updates every hour. The SPC outlook updates at 12:05. 12:05. They usually do 4 updates a day, roughly. Morning, afternoon. So that tornado warning is going to expire in the next 5 minutes. They still have that tornado warning out.
Huh?
Yeah, they update a couple times a day. For tomorrow, there's going to be a marginal risk for Amarillo, Texas, Kansas City, Missouri, and then marginal risk for day 3, which would be Sunday, for Cleveland, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Buffalo. So, could see those possibly turn into slight risks, but we'll have to take a look. Usually, though, the big update is usually in the early morning time, around 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock in the morning, and I believe it's noon, are usually the 2 big updates. Going to kind of tell you exactly what it's going to be like for the day. They usually have another update at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I think they have one at either 8 or 9 at night. So if the 8 o'clock's already out, then they haven't really changed. Okay, so they have allowed that tornado warning to now expire. So guys, I think I'm going to sign out because I got to get dinner set and everything. I'll be live tomorrow depending on what's going on. I'll probably be working most of the day tomorrow. But I'm going to start getting into hurricane season coming soon. We do have a tropical wave. It looks like there's a potential that this thing could squeeze into the Gulf. So we're going to be watching this for sure coming from Africa, possibly coming into the Leeward Islands here, and then see where it goes. So we'll have a better idea in the next, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, kind of where this is going to go into the Caribbean Sea, and then probably the next 10 days we'll see what happens. So it's probably going to be closer to the United States probably by next weekend. So we'll have to keep seeing what's going to happen. Thank you guys for joining in today, and I do appreciate your love and support. And I'll see you guys here soon. We're going to be covering more storms. We're going to be forecasting out more severe weather, I'm assuming, over the next couple days, if not next week. Severe season is going to kind of be hit and miss. It's not going to be as active, I don't think, as it has been in the last couple weeks. But I am going to possibly, if we get these storms Monday and Tuesday into parts of Texas, I'll be trying to go live here in Texas. So all depends on the severity of the storms. Maybe even just get a cool lightning stream going on. That'd be kind of cool to watch those. I am a Skywarn Storm Spotter out of the San Antonio, Austin area. So if you are here in Texas and you need updates, or you would like to see me live on the ground during severe weather threats, make sure to give me a good subscribe, and also to make sure to follow me here on YouTube and hit that like button. But hey Mia, I'm about to close this live stream off. Thank you guys for tuning in. There's going to be a couple of other people here that are live this evening. I'm really tired. I got to get some food. It's kind of the one thing on my mind right now. Tornado threat, I think, is pretty much diminishing this evening. I think we're going to see maybe an isolated tornado still happen. Just keep your weather radio open. Keep your weather apps open. Most people's phones will alert them if there's a tornado warning. Make sure to just be safe out there, guys. And thank you for joining. Much love and light. And I'll see you guys soon.